All right, sorry about that. I don't know if anybody's here yet. Nope, they're not. So I fucked it up. How we doing? Unreal. Way to fucking shoot yourself in the foot, jackass. Maybe we'll learn something next time. Wouldn't count on it though. All right. Sorry about that. Just had to resend out the tweets and all the fucking links and notifications because I messed up the stream the first time. This guy should probably be closer. No, I don't think so. Yeah, because that was its own video. Like, you know, I just deleted the previous stream. So it was just 18 minutes of me, 18 seconds of me swearing and then shutting off. Should I make this like minister guy jacked? I feel like that'd be funny, but I don't know. I draw actual like shirt collars and shit. I'm always bad at that for some reason. Maybe because I never look at a reference. Just always assume I can draw a shirt collar. Straight up and down. She's freaking royalty after all. There we go. So setting the camera right at crotch height. That seems appropriate. Yeah, let the planes begin. Her head is quite small compared to the rest of her hair, but there, that's a little better. Careful with the posture, just because it's looking a little dude-like. I gotta say, it's a little tougher than I thought it would be to fit Hawkstab in and not have his face get cut off either by this shoulder pad here or by her boob. She should be facing more forward anyway. Hey, how's it going, man? Welcome aboard. Doing some more pencils. I don't know how long I'll keep this up, just because it's like, I don't know, it does mean a lot of fiddling and fucking around for the first like hour or so of the stream, but I might try to get them done early again next time. Being able to go right into the inks is always nice, just because, like, I don't know. I figure if you're, oh, good, thank you. I figure if you're just joining onto a stream and it's like this kind of scribbly stuff, like, you know, maybe you're into it, maybe you're not. Whereas if I'm like, I don't know, 45 minutes into inking, it tends to look a bit more interesting, I think. Be a big old blank space in the middle here. I better have the dialogue to fill this up. Thinking about it. I think I do. All right, let's make this a little tighter. Do I have my glove anywhere? Probably not. Eh? Yeah, there it is. Good enough. This thing has become such a mess of like whiteout. Fair enough. I mean, I do too. And that's why I'll continue to put up the page commentaries complete. I mean, if I started on the inks on that, I feel like I would be ripping people off a bit. Is it going? It doesn't feel like it did anything. I don't think that did a fucking thing. All right. Maybe on complicated pages, then I'll start on pencils earlier, because like, although when's it even the next one of those that I have? It's not. Maybe it might not be for a little while. I can bring this down a little bit. Good. Oh, hey, man. I wasn't expecting you for like another 2.5 hours. No, there will not be any dreads on this page unless I give this like Senator guy here some cyber dreads. But I don't know if it quite fits his particular style. I'll have to see more when I get into more detailed pencils. Big old fucking Elvira here. That face that has problems. Part of it is this line. Man, not allowed any lines near the face. Fair enough, yeah. Oh man, crystal dread. Yeah, I forgot about the crystal dreads. I don't know if you guys could pay enough for that. You certainly wouldn't want to. I'll put it that way. This is a very long forearm. This might be too long, actually. Should be probably around there. Because I shortened it up so much. Yeah. Yeah, I could use a tutorial on dreads myself, man. Oh, Jesus, they're getting out of control in this issue already. I feel like we need a steely gaze from Hawkstab in this one. As I put the Popo pout on him. But trying to avert his eyes and mostly succeeding. You know, I don't think he needs the lines around the jowls there. Makes him look a little too old. Like, why does Popo? Why does Hawkstab look like Cary Grant? Yeah, and he doesn't have the presence of mind to be. I don't know. I think out of all of them, that would be hard. I feel like Hawkstab would be constantly correcting himself. Hard would look directly and make comments. Fireburn would be completely oblivious. Shock Block would be respectful, but he's wearing the goggles, so you don't know what he's looking at. And I mean, Popo has only been on the same, like in the same panel as her for, I don't even know, like once, maybe twice. I don't think he noticed her because she didn't say anything about vengeance. Yeah, I can. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Eric Larson, old man here. Yeah, that is actually pretty close. Yep, kind of angular. Part of it is the nose, actually, looking at it, because here, I'll accentuate it. There we go. That's a Larson nose. Give him a little bit of turkey neck. All right. It's a little better. And I agree with you that yeah, most people who would turn into this kind of stream would be comic fans. But I don't know. Maybe it's a lack of faith in my penciling, because it's gotten just looser and like sloppier over the last few months. I'm not entirely sure why. It's just kind of a lack of patience thing, it feels like. Actually, if this one's like this one should theoretically be more like that. Oh, that's too much. Shoot. Yeah, should bend in a little. Oh, well, I mean, that line is way too fucking low, but okay. Man, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the actual like meeting room that I'm basing this off of a little bit, and there's like nothing on the floor. Maybe I'll get like a pattern in there. Get the colors to figure it out. That seems like a good idea. You know what else seems like a good idea actually is pitching this at a more shallow angle. This is just too high and it leaves too much space. There's nothing to look at here. This is a bad panel. Well, they can stay for now. No, they can't. They're going to need to be higher. Now, we won't get the things coming around here, but that's okay. Don't necessarily need them so much as we need like to not have a gigantic space in the middle of the panel. A smaller space, that's okay. Well, make sure to get that ass in there. Yeah, but I mean, like, what kind of carpet do you put it at the ink stage? Shag? You know, in the UN building? I don't know. I think that's I think that's a colorist thing. I mean, I can just do like, even that's like, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Okay, I think in this one, Hawkstab needs to be looking down because she's like pointing it at him. I just noticed. Again, she's just completely oblivious, but that's not a bad idea. The UN crest. Is there a UN crest? There is too. Yeah, like the. Again, should that be done with the computers though? Yeah, with the Laurel. That's not a bad idea at all. It's not what they have, but I mean, I don't think it matters. Yeah, I think you're better off just filling it up a little bit. Yeah, good call. Thank you. Hey, Alvin, how's it going? Thanks for making it. Yeah, no, that's true. Just like put like a globe here and like a bird in the in the middle of it. That's the UN crest. Well, the actual crest doesn't look too hard, actually. You know, just well, concentric circles, but that might be a little difficult with the angle. I don't know. I feel like I get points for making the attempt. Okay, this is just making me laugh. So this is definitely staying in. Do we want to stretch all the way down? I think so, actually. Where's okay? That should be going like that. Trying to figure out like how legs work in my head. For the inking, I use I use a couple of things. I'll either use a micron, usually 02 or 03. I'll also use. Do I have one here? I haven't done any inking at all this. How do I not have one? Okay, that's weird. I feel like I got to open one. Oh, there. Oh no, I just don't know what it looks like anymore. The Tombow Fudanasuki. I'm not even going to pretend like I pronounced that right. It's fine. As like a thin line brush pen, and then the Copic Gassenfeud, or Gazenfude, perhaps. That might be more likely, as a thick brush pen. We don't want to cover too much of this ass up, man. Come on. I mean, I've seen people do some pretty good stuff with gel ink and ballpoint. So you can certainly do it. Yeah. This stuff here, well, this is my brother recommended, and it works fine for the thicker stuff. I've been using microns forever. I don't even remember why we decided to try out microns, but me and my friends all kind of started using them at the same time. Okay, you need to calm down. And the Tombos I use because I was actually watching somebody else's live stream, and I'm like, what pen is that? I need to try that pen. And then I tried that pen, and I was correct. I did need to. It's like the only time I've done that where I'm like, well, give me your lines. This guy's just spinning in his chair here. Okay, I don't mind where this is going so far. I think he gets inked first because this is like that's the easiest stuff, easily the easiest. On the torn thingy. The torn thingy? Oh, well, that's the Tombow. That's the lighter one I've been using, and I got that from Turbo Pit Fighter. That line is not going to be there, dumbass. I don't need. Okay. I'll get to it in a second here. I don't use it nearly as well as he does. I think he's been doing it for decades, if I had to guess. I believe those guys are actually a fair bit older than me. Sure, why not? All the way out here. Which comes to work. What is this? Page 7. So, yeah, this is just where the staple goes. That's fine. That's not the line, is it? I erased the line. No, that's it there. Okay. Trying to do, yeah, I was trying to switch up the panel layouts a little bit because I tend to go boring. I'm just constantly trying to find, no, just make it different. Doesn't matter if it means anything, if it suggests anything, make it different. All right. Has a very square head. Give him old Wild West fucking doctor glasses. Why not? The pince nez. I'm keeping those Larson lines in there. Just for this one guy. feel like they should have a little pin on their lapel or something here. Seems right. What does a UN delegate look like? Oh shit, there's like class pictures of them. That's not handy. No like pins or anything? Really? Nothing signifying? Get this guy's microphone hot dog here. Don't want to forget that. That'll actually do with a microphone. Never mind. Same with that. And don't rag on creepy old men, man. We're not too far off from getting there ourselves. So they usually wear like pocket squares, right? It doesn't look like it. Nobody does pocket squares, right? I think they got lanyards. That's not good enough. There. Okay, why don't we actually try drawing this thing instead of drawing around it for the next few hours? It's starting to look a little bit like the leader here or something. Shit. Where's one of those curves? That'll work. Oh, fuck you too. Can I zoom in on this at all? I can too. Cool. How about one line instead of two? It's a little late for somebody to be mowing their lawn, you know? Like 11 o'clock. It's like wake your neighbors up at 8 kind of shit, isn't it? And of course, these lines will never reproduce actually thinking about it, so there's not much point to them other than just to kind of give the impression of, wait a minute, is something else going on here? For some reason, it feels like there's lines here, even though I can't see them. I think this is a completely wrong perspective for this desk, actually, now that I finally actually look at it. I think we're kind of looking down on them, and I did the desk as if we're looking up. That doesn't make any kind of sense. Oh well. I feel like that's going to bug me. That's the kind of thing where it's like, why didn't you notice that when you were penciling? I don't know. It's fucking drawing. I don't look at things. Sure, let's leave it at that. Well, maybe like one more. Yeah, and I honestly I don't worry about it too much because like what's going to show up in the reproduction because I don't know I don't I still haven't printed one of these fucking things yet, so I can't go. Oh, even like lines that thick don't show up. Oh shit. Well, now I know. And I mean between that and the fact that this is going to be scanned at high res. Like if people want to zoom in and see the ridiculous lines, they'd probably be able to. Thinking about it. Assuming they're reading online, which a lot of them probably would be. Personally, I would not if I could help it. I'd rather have a physical copy. I don't know how many people that represents though. There we go. This will bring it back. Okay. That's accentuated just a little bit. I mean, it'd certainly be interesting, right? To get like a 14 by 11 or 17 by 11 fucking book and just like, no, it's just a regular comic. It's not like an artist edition or anything. I'm trying to think of how I should do the shinies on this. Sure. That should probably be smoother, actually. You start putting, like, I'm just going for like a metallic kind of ripple, but you start doing ripples around there, that starts suggesting Wang. I mean, it catches attention, right? It's like, oh, damn. Maybe I should start looking somewhere else. That's why those shoulders are so masculine. I should be using a circle for this, circle template of some kind. Do I have one big enough? I don't know. Nope, not that one. I don't think I do quite the right size. Nope. Shit, I'm going to freehand this thing. That's ridiculous. Okay, that's getting a little out of control again. Yeah. Just gonna flush out the lines a little bit there. I might need to white this out a little bit. That line got pretty thick. Okay, how are we gonna shade these fucking things? Yeah, something like that. Maybe. It's starting to look like Joe Mad bowling ball boobs. Yeah, I mean, like you just know, like this hair has to be weighted just to keep it upright, or just to keep her upright, rather. Okay, I think that is not too bad actually, and if I think I fucked it with it too much more, then it would start to be. So fuck it. Sure. Mm. Careful not to do too masculine. Always. Jesus. It's just like an ever-present threat. It's like, is that line too angular? And now I have to resist the urge to put more lines on her face. Because that's what you do, right? You put more lines on, but no, you don't. In fact, this one is that eye looks a little thick. Like the eyeshadow, I guess. Nope, not you. There we go. enjoying the newer treatment on her hair, where it's starting to be like, okay, so what is that exactly? Is that a solid? Is that a headpiece of some kind? Do I need? Oh man, this all got washed out a little bit. Do I need this other arm here? Yeah, probably, right? I should probably actually pencil out a better hand then if I'm going to do that. That is a weird looking hand, actually. Good thing I can just kind of block most of it out. That looks way too big, doesn't it? how thin that wrist is. Yeah, it does. Oh, well. This will undoubtedly be easy to draw on, right? Sure. Yeah, spread it out. Let's end up looking. Not bad. Just gotta get like some bread or something for a second, get a little hungry. Yeah, no, I do that a little bit myself. I try to just refrain and just keep it right side up. Turn my hand as much as I can, and then I mean, you know, sometimes it's just, you know, if you're going to actually de-stress your hand, then obviously in that case, it's not worth it. But those are a little too high. So what am I doing with this hand here? I don't think I can draw on this with blue, can I? That'd be nice. kind of, but not really. Nope. The pencil will go, but the pencil will also, if I try to erase it, it will smudge horribly. So that is about the shape I should be looking for, I think. Sure, let's do like a Liefeld hand. Oh, you fucker. It's a little Liefeldy. Oh, my bad. Sorry, guys. So that's what I ended up going with. Better proportion, at least. And a little bit Frank Miller no holding lines to just kind of confuse the issue. Just like, wait, where's everything beginning and ending? Doesn't matter. It's a hand. Who cares about a hand, man? And yeah, pretty much putting Hawkstab's dick right beside her hand there, but just that's just kind of circumstance. What is this line? Oh, that's okay. That's her forearm. Shit. And do just a little bit of Stephen Platt inking at the bottom here to commemorate the last week's revisits. He does kind of have eyes, but it is a little bit hard to see. Careful, you don't just make it look like he has crazy fake eyelashes on. Yeah, those are eyelids, not the eyes themselves. So you weren't digging on the Platt stuff, eh? I appreciate you watching them anyway. But yeah, it is like it does give the impression of just a ton of ink, and you know where it gets to the point where it's difficult to ascertain what exactly is going on in a lot of panels. But I don't know. When you can figure out what he's drawing, a lot of the time it's pretty awesome. And there's, like I said, it's not random what he's doing. You know, that's the thing. 'Cause messiness can mean a couple of different things. Like all the lines are intentional on a Platt page. You might be going like, why? But you can usually find a reason for them if you're looking. I was getting some messages like more Platt. I was like, eventually we gotta ease off for a bit. That said, next week I don't know if you're gonna like next week either, to be honest, because it's not like typical art stuff. It's we're doing some Valiant next week. Fuck. Because that's something I've had. Oh, it's super busy. Like that's like the point. Dude thought he was Mobius, but here. And I mean, it's not like he found a way to do it quickly or anything. Like he was taking months to do like a single issue. There's a thing where, yeah, no, that's true. Well, we got a place on this page, but yeah, I don't think he didn't have that kind of discipline. He thought he was an artist, capital A, you know. and like that these should be, I don't know, that he should be putting maximum line effort into every page. And it didn't matter that it wasn't readable or that it wasn't on schedule. And they had just, him and Rob had apparently like just countless screaming matches over it. I mean, it's kind of like the videos can only show so much. I mean, I don't know if there's high enough definition for what Platt was doing. I think a lot of it is the fact that he was using like, 0.05 microns, and a lot of the detail just kind of melded together. That's probably part of the problem. Like he didn't, like I said, he didn't have any discipline for that kind of stuff. He'd only been drawing professionally for, I don't know, like 6-7 months up before then. Can't really see what I'm doing here either, can you? Maybe not too much. So yeah, if you see it in person, like it is easier to tell what's going on. I think my camera, part of it is just my camera's just not good enough. It's a little bit better when I use my phone, which I did which I do for the revisits now. But it's still like you need like the 4K shit to really get a grasp on. And even then, like you're only getting probably like 60% of what actually made it to the page, because a lot of it didn't reproduce. I dig this forearm. Some interesting, like almost John Buscema type lines on this. This is very different for me. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but I'm not going to complain. Oh yeah, and that's fine. It's just I think the camera phone, or phone camera rather, just I think that's maximum 1080p anyway. And that's like if I'm lucky and it decides to capture at that rate. Sometimes it's like, no, it's a 760 kind of day, I think. I swear there's plenty where I do the whole thing and you go through and then you bring it up and it's like that's looking a little fuzzy. Bring it full screen and it's like, God damn it. I don't know what these back muscles are, but sure. Just right at it. Oh, I imagine it would, yeah. Yeah, that could be problematic. Didn't even think of that. I'm just thinking, I just come to myself like, oh man, 40 or 4K would be so much better. Well, not if your computer sucks, which mine does, or even if it's like just average, I guess. I almost want to do like the Superman X-ray vision thing, or just like the like old school, where just do like the dot and then like doot right at the S. Just really call attention to how much of a creep he's being. Not that she'd really notice, but you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, subtlety is not really something in his repertoire. And you know, like if she turned around real quick, he would just fall over backwards trying to correct himself. Does she have like, she has like straps around her thighs too, right? I think so. Fuck. I should check that out. Yes, no, I think she does, yeah. Didn't really do that here, but that's okay. Love how that's okay is just like the rallying cry for this channel. Okay, you know, I'm going to take a quick 5 minutes here. Just because I fell off the smoking wagon recently. Or the not smoking wagon, I suppose. So, unfortunately, breaks must be taken. That, yeah. Still a figure. It might be more like 7 minutes, but ooh, what the fuck is that? 5? Sure. Anyway, I shall get right back. Not bad so far, though. Except for whatever the fuck was going on here. Yeah. Oh. Okay, just give me a quick second to hit the bathroom. Be right back. All right. Don't you go anywhere. Okay. Now, where do I put my glasses? That would be useful. There we go. Trying to figure out how to put this thing on. There we go. The thing with these gloves, it's like there's more than one hole. I get confused sometimes. Oh, no problem, man. Glad to have you on for a second. Oh, shit. So we're moving on. Finally gotten past the Cyber Zerg fight. And now we're getting to the cheesecake shots, which is its own, particular attraction, I suppose. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, stay put. Oh, damn. Man, that's a moment. That's great. I mean, like, I don't remember the first time I saw Empire. It probably would have been around a similar age. That's one of those things like, man, I wish I could remember that. You might be old enough. Excellent. So it went in completely cold. Yeah. Was he aware of who Darth Vader was and all that before that? Like, if he's 7, he's in like what, grade 2, I guess? I gotta think the kids talked at some point. But they just didn't mention that or weren't aware themselves. I wonder how many parents are like, no, Star Wars is too violent. Kids can't process that kind of violence. Yeah, like, so just aware of the big guy in black that kind of goes around in pop culture. Yeah, and I assume he'd seen Star Wars before then. It's a good age for that because he can actually follow a lot of the chain of events. Like, maybe not when Lando's talking about all the problems he's having with the mining facility, but just the basics. It's fine for that. It's amazing how nuanced Empire was, and just how fucking clumsy it got later on with the prequels and everything. Right. Gotcha. I wonder if he was seeing it for the first time now, or I mean, if he only saw it a little while ago, then that, yeah, wouldn't matter too much, but because it is a pretty good ride, but it's not like the special effects are mind blowing like they used to be. I'm sure he's seeing that kind of stuff like just every day. But yeah, no, the red letter guys, because what obviously all grew up on Star Wars and were big fans at least at one point or another. And at least one of them has said, like, Empire is such a great movie that it basically propped up the entire franchise. Because like the first one it's a good movie, but it's everything you've seen before. There's nothing particularly new in that. It's standard hero myth stuff, right? And then Empire just kind of completely goes off the rails. It still holds to the archetypes, I imagine, but I don't. I don't know if you've seen Jedi recently. It's a mess. There's good parts in it. Like, I don't know, everything with Endor kind of sucks. Han doesn't have anything to do once he's rescued. Leia doesn't have anything to do once he's rescued. So it's like, I don't know, stick him in front of a door for 10 minutes. Luke's got a ton at least. Oh, wait, no, I was about to be like, yeah, no, it does, because the Luke stuff is fine. That's like the heart of that story. Luke confronting Vader, right? That's basically what that first trilogy turns into. So that's all fine, except for the fact that, you know, the Emperor really doesn't have anything to tempt Luke with. So his whole plan is kind of useless. And there is, of course, the question of why wasn't Han in the Millennium Falcon? Why did that have to be Lando? Is it just because they needed Lando to have a bigger role? Because they figured they were trying to get that demographic? Maybe. But that absolutely should have been Lando in there. You could have done the Endor thing with just Leia, and then like get rid of the fucking Ewoks altogether. Except that, you know, the toys were taken off. That's the thing. Too many vested interests for that to be a good movie. It's still super emotional, at least at the end. I've always loved Luke wailing on Vader. To the point where like that was my favorite movie when I was a kid, just because it got so, you know, epic, really at the end there. And I mean the space battle on Jedi, yeah, still isn't really matched by much of anything, I think. It's like, yeah, you can get other stuff that looks as good, but like then you go, yes, but Jedi was models, and it adds a little bit of something extra. Thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by. I'll be here for a couple more hours at least. Yeah. That doesn't look that great, but oh well. I think it's a little funny how I stopped drawing the boobs and everybody took off. What do we got for? Oh, I don't mind that. How do we do that? Let's see here. Oh, this got a little smudgy. I don't even know if it matters that much. Okay, where's a template for little rectangles and shit? I'm sure I have one. Not quite rectangles. That might work. Yeah. Okay, this thing's starting to turn into a mess. How the hell do you reconcile that perspective? I think in the future you don't. see here, a kind of, I mean, there'll be a, and across the bottom here undoubtedly. And that goes for several, so I can go right off the page, or off the panel anyway. Now, what is this fucking thing that's got some kind of fucking painting in the background here? Should I be trying to do a marble texture on this? I'm not sure how. Let's just do like a, not rendering exactly, but like a pattern. I think that would get it across okay. I think that's okay. All right, let's start on this business up here. Now that we've drawn all the fun stuff. Not quite straight, but no, well. Ah, for fuck's sake. right, all right. Oh, I already forgot about the blades. Good job. That's only like 90% of his character. Where's the other one? Too many templates. There have been huge developments. I'm actually working on panel 2. We never thought it possible. Is it down here? Shit. I know I saw the template I'm looking for like an hour ago. And now I can't fucking. That was my phone. Fuck's sake. Fuck. All right. Well, you can do it with this one, I think. I'll just get rid of the line there after the fact. Yeah. I'm down to start it up again. I was somewhat parroting things I'd heard off of Red Letter Media, which is basically that Empire is, you know, by far the best movie in this series, which is I don't think much of a controversial statement. I don't know. Does anybody still watch the new ones? I feel like they must. I have no idea what shows are even out anymore. All right. Let's see here. I will say I gave up on the Star Wars franchise. Lost a lot of faith with the prequels. I think probably like a lot of people. Although I was still willing to, I still saw Revenge of the Sith in the theater, for Christ's sake. Wasn't happy about it, but I did. Up here too, right. And then Force Awakens, I saw in the theater and liked. Because it's, it's the first one. And then second one, did not like it all. And that was one of those ones where, like, because I'm not good at analyzing a movie whilst I'm watching it usually. So I was just watching it and getting angrier. And by the end of like after the fact too, it just kept building up. And I couldn't quite articulate why. I mean, I could now, the fact that it doesn't fucking go anywhere. But yeah, and then I saw Rogue One. Didn't like that at all. I mean, if nothing else, it was redundant. And there weren't any likable characters, I thought. And was there anything else? Didn't watch Han Solo. And also, oh, that should probably just be like that. And then by the time fucking, what was it called? What's the last one called? Not Last Skywalker, right? It's like, I don't even know. Whatever the last one was in the newer trilogy, I still haven't seen, and I kind of refuse to. I'm done with it. Mandalorian was good though, at least season 1. I haven't. I did watch season 2. I don't remember much of it, other than the ending. Didn't watch Boba Fett. Didn't watch Obi-Wan. Didn't watch. Whatever the name of that planet is, and Andor. I don't remember what it's called now. That's weird. Yeah. Well, no, the problem is they, in my opinion, is they didn't have a cohesive plan. It's very, very obvious. I mean, that's kind of a byproduct of getting J.J. Abrams to direct your movie, your starting movie, which I guess you should just never do. Is he doesn't have a plan. He likes to set up mysteries, and then that's about it, really. I mean, you see what happens when he has to try and resolve a plot and go watch Lost again, right? Yeah, isn't there an Andor show, Cassian Andor? I don't remember now. But yeah, no, they didn't set it up properly because they figured, oh shit, we've got the Star Wars franchise. That's just gonna print money, which it did, And they burned a lot of goodwill, I think, with just the lack of planning. Like the second movie, as far as I can tell, by the end of the third or by the beginning of the third movie, you're pretty much where you were at the beginning of the first movie. Only, you don't have the cool hunt for Luke anymore. Well, yeah, I guess it would have to, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna like, you know, rag on anybody for liking Star Wars. If you enjoy the shows, by all means. I couldn't get into it myself though, and it bothered me that I couldn't get into it anymore. That's probably the case with a lot of people though. It's probably where a lot of the hate comes from. Is just like, this used to be my thing, and now I don't like it anymore. Ah, come on. Oh, for fuck's sake, sure, go the other way. Why not? From what I understand, the Obi-Wan show wasn't bad, but like, I'm just done with those characters now because the prequels suck so much. It's like, you know, again, in my opinion, not meaning to rag on anybody, but like, I didn't like anything with those characters before. It's like, why would I watch them now? You know? Mando surprised me like quite a bit, at least. Was not really expecting to like that, particularly since it was a hit, and that bothers me sometimes. I may have some slight hipsterish tendencies. But yeah, no, old West Star Wars with like simple one-shot stories. It's like, yeah, actually, that's quite good, apparently, if it's, you know, handled correctly. Hmm. The Mandos? Yeah, no, I like that. Again, particularly in season one. I like I said, I don't remember much of season two. Other than the one with Bill Burr. I quite like that one. But yeah, no, I liked them quite a bit, and I was surprised at it because yeah, no, I expected it to be more, I don't know, just like cashing in crap. Mm. Yeah. Oh right, yeah, I forgot about the Ahsoka show. See, again, I don't know, like I'm not, I have no investment in that character because I didn't watch any of the Rebels stuff. I heard that was okay, but just never, I don't know, never occurred to me to really check it out. Again, I think because I disliked the Anakin character so much. I think it was just a large part of it is like, you know, it would have been very easy to make an interesting, likable Anakin character. Basically, just make him Han Solo, in my opinion. You don't get him as a child, because that nobody likes child actors. And I don't know, just have Obi-Wan, like, you know, you don't need Qui-Gon. Have Obi-Wan as a young, inexperienced Jedi. And he meets his new best friend, Han Solo. And they have a couple of quick adventures. And at first, maybe Obi-Wan doesn't like him too much because he plays fast and loose with the rules. But he's charming, and, like, you know, he gets away with a lot because of it. And, like, you know, you maybe give him like a hard life growing up, not like slave hard life, just like street rat kind of thing. Yeah, and he shouldn't have. That's the thing. He did like one draft of the prequels, and he's a bad writer. And it's like, man, why in the fuck when you have Lawrence Kasdan on speed dial? But yeah, you see those, like, the footage from when he was writing it and everything. And it's like, okay, the script's done. Like, what? You're not going to review it? You're not going to maybe look for a second draft? It's like, why would I? I'm George. I got billions. I know my shit. That seems to, like, it just feels like that was his attitude. And of course, surrounded by people who were too afraid to speak up for fear they'd lose their job. You know? Sure. But the thing is, he wasn't necessary because, like, Obi-Wan didn't do anything in Phantom Menace, right? You know, like, if you have him as a newly minted Jedi, I think, and he's on his own, he's on some sort of orders from the council, if you want to do it that way. He comes across this person who he thinks who is strong in the Force. You leave out the midichlorians, obviously, and goes, you know what, this person should be a Jedi. I don't know. I can't get in touch with the council. I can't do something right, and I know what I'm doing. I'm going to start training him, and then it goes bad. I think there's ways to do it that way. Like, yeah, because it putting it on Qui-Gon, it feels like absolves Obi-Wan. And he should have more guilt on that, I feel like, for it to be a bit more interesting. Okay, there's got to be a bunch of whiteout areas here, I'm sure. This is all. I'm looking at how rough some of this is. This is like, eesh. But yeah, like I said, considering how little Obi-Wan does in the prequel, if you put it all on him, make him a stronger character, and then him being the protagonist in Episode 2, or if you want to make it Anakin, whatever the fuck. I think the prequel series, the protagonist should have been Obi-Wan all the way through. Yes, I did see that. I saw the final conflict between Obi-Wan and Vader, and I will say it was fucking good. But there's no setup for that guilt. It feels like to me. I understand it in the context, but I think if you have it all on Obi-Wan's shoulders, like he fucked up the training. He was the one decided that Anakin should be a Jedi, all that kind of stuff. Instead of following Qui-Gon's dying wishes, I think that makes it much more intense. And yeah, a bit more like just, and like make it, like it would have seemed like the right decision. Don't make it obvious that Anakin should never have been a Jedi. I'm not saying they did in the first one, really, but in the second one, yeah. And that's a problem for me. It's just how ridiculously over the top angsty he is. Which I mean, that's a problem for a lot of people. I think. I'm not saying I'm unique in that regard or anything. But no, I think it would have been more interesting if. And the other thing is that like you set up you don't really set up the turn. I don't know, like he slaughters the Tusken Raiders, right? And it feels like a one-off to me. It doesn't feel like this kid is bad kind of thing. It's they killed his mom. Kind of makes some sense. And that's the kind of thing he can repent over, kind of, if he would work on it, that sort of thing. But if you do shit like I don't know, you'd have to do like a really subtle flaw. I'm not sure what it would be. That's the problem for me. But whatever it is, you leave his friggin' mother out of it. And then I think You have to do the seduction of Vader. That's why you should be like just a more, I don't know, morally gray character, I think. In the prequels, like he wants to do good, but he's so emo that he can't help but be Vader, and that's a shitty way to get into Vader. In my opinion. I keep saying like, no, you can like Star Wars all you like, and then just like fucking rail on it constantly. I'm sure it's nothing you haven't heard before. Just I never talk about it to anybody. I don't know anybody who watches Star Wars anymore. It's so fucking weird. Like not in person anyway, you know. Just those are going to be going inward, or should they go inward? Sure. No, if you're going to do it, make sure that it lines up ish. Yeah. Yeah, I get. Okay, I mean, I can see it. I did get more of a feeling like Anakin was likable in the Clone Wars show, so that's good. But I mean, you gotta, if you're George Lucas, you gotta realize most of the people are watching the movies; they're not watching the show. I'm not saying nobody's watching the show. I'm just saying most of the people, you know. Well, maybe all the hardcore Star Wars guys are. And they, you know, they all made a bunch of money, so I don't think George is too upset about it. Maybe that's one of the many other things that bothers me about the prequels is those shots of George, and all he can talk about is Titanic and how they'll never beat the box office on that. Nobody can. Where's the? Oh, I kind of need an exterior shot, don't I? I think this is okay. The rest of it can be done in color. This is a much more simplistic page than I thought it would be, really. I'm going to still try and put that crest down here, I think. But in the meantime, I do need something in panel 1, don't I? Let's do, okay. How does it look from the front? So this is just the UN building. Get all the flags. Sure. And don't forget the big ass hole in the wall that got left by Cyberberserk last time. There's never a good enough shot of the UN building. It's such a basic looking building. Yeah. No. I'm thinking when I'm starting out, maybe the one thing I probably won't do is try to confuse readers if I can help it. Not try to. If they get confused, they get confused. It's funny. I've shown this to a few people, and there's been a couple of times where it felt like they didn't realize it was satire. And every time that happens, I'm like, really? Or they'll be like, oh, no, okay, I get it. And they still don't get just like the level of satire. I don't know. Like I'm like, or they're like, okay, I get it. Cool. Okay, so you get that like nothing in this is serious in any way other than the plot structure. You're like, oh, I don't know if I'd really, agree with this particular thing. I don't know if this meshes with the motivation. It's like, what? Get in there. But yeah, I think one thing I don't really want to do is go Andy Kaufman on this, where the comic itself is the joke. I mean, to an extent, but I do also want it to stand on its own as like, if you didn't, I don't know, if you were just kind of okay with the satire bits of it, and say, okay, but like I actually do want to read a comic that's fun, like it would work for that too. Yeah, no, they're suggesting like, they would suggest like, maybe put a note in the front. It's like, okay, you can do that. It feels unnecessary. Although, I mean, like issue 1, page 1 is really only silly if you read the dialogue. And I mean, like, even then, it's a little subtly silly. A little bit, anyway. But I would think as soon as they start, I don't know, the dialogue always strikes me as so ridiculous. It's like, I don't see how anybody would confuse this, but I don't know. Maybe it's my particular perspective where I tend to see the funny things in most of the things, even when they're not supposed to be funny. Which is, I know, not exactly. Okay, great. Yeah, you're an absurdist. I get it. It's, well, yeah, kind of, but you know, there's a lot of people going ultra hard and thinking that they're very serious and very much not appearing to be so. And I can't not enjoy that, I think. Yes. Yeah, they are. Some of them anyway. And I guess that's the thing that kind of gets. Some of them aren't. Like my kids don't read comics. Unfortunately, I've tried to get them into it, but they only like manga. Yeah. If it's not Death Note, they're not interested. But no, I have shown it to a couple of people who do get comics, and a couple of them just. I was a little surprised. It's like, oh, really? Okay. I thought you would have got this better. Mm. And that's one thing. I mean, like my kids don't maybe don't read comics, but they like that dad's working on something, and it's finally comics, that kind of thing. And seeing as how they got raised by me, they have at least a bit of appreciation for the same kind of sense of humor as me. Which I think just means I've raised awful people, but oh, what the fuck? Where's no 2? No wonder everything was looking too thick. Oh yeah, undoubtedly, right? One thing, it is enjoyable when like showing like Popo pages to my son, and he's like killing himself laughing. It's like, all right, there we go. All right, I'm gonna go grab one more smoke. And then come back, finish off this building here, and see if I can finish off this logo. I don't know about this. This might have to be something we drop in after, and that's the thing. I know that it can be done much more easily in Photoshop. I don't know how to do it, but it will look better no matter what. But it's like, I should still try. All right. So back in a second. I don't know if we're going to go the full 5, but we might get close. Yoink. Yep. All right. Be right back. Oh, wait, that's not really. Oh my God. Sitting for 4 hours. It's just not a good idea sometimes. All right. Oh. Oop. Okay. I don't know if you're still here. I would guess probably. If you are, you're the only one. That's okay. We had quite a few people at one point. I don't mind that. Hey. Is that what that looks like? I forgot, I hit a milestone yesterday that I was rather pleased with. I finally got a 1K video for views. Not like one of my new videos got a 1,000 right away or anything. This is actually one of my first videos. The page 19 from issue 1 has been kind of steadily gaining views, a little bit since it got out. Like, it hit reasonably big at first, and then just people kept watching that one. I don't know. I think it's the screen cap maybe. But yeah, it hit 1,000 last night. So I was like, hey, one of them finally did. These things aren't even remotely the same size. Yeah, it's fine. The only other one that looks like it might get there eventually is the Uncanny X-Men 275 issue. Episode. Yeah, that was another big. I think I hit that last week. So the subs keep coming in, and it's interesting to see, like, not really knowing a whole lot about the process. It's weird how steady it is, I guess. Like, at this rate, I think I can pretty confidently predict I'll hit 1,000 subs sometime around mid-December, which seems like sort of a foolish way to look at things, because that's not how people work. Where, like, if you keep putting out this number of videos, you will keep getting this number of subs. But so far, that does seem to be how it's working. I'm gonna have to hit Jim Lee again sometime reasonably soon, I think, because that was the that 275 issue that hit big right away. Yes, I think that's the case. I think that's how the algorithm works. where you just and that's just like math, I guess, where naturally, if more people are seeing it, the subs will keep increasing. Except, there's also a ceiling on on any kind of page, but like comic stuff has their own ceiling, unless you really grab onto an audience. It seems like 1 to 1.5 is kind of high end for my kind of thing. I'm not for sure, unless I'd happen to grab some kind of zeitgeist, or I happen to have a video that kind of blows up a little bit. Probably if I put more shots of Max Streamus up, that might help. There's one thing that will get people to click. It's fucking tits, but. And I'm not immune to that myself. It's funny how many videos it's like, like something will get recommended. And like, I know I'm not going to give a shit about the content of the video. It's like, but these tits might show up. And every time I click it, like even before I'm watching the video, I was just like, man, you fucking rube. You fell for it again. Yeah, that's one way to put it. And it always works. You know. It's like one of the few bigger videos I've got that like got over 600 views. That's bigger for me. Was the Gen 13 Zero revisit, because that of course has the cover with Fairchild and Grunge, where she's got her tits resting on his head. And it's like, kind of knew that one would do okay. It's like, yeah, it did okay. I think I was hoping for more, but you can't hope too hard. Let me take a look at this building again. Yeah. But I'm not expecting a whole lot from next week. I will say that. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but yeah. So we're gonna do some Valiants. I don't know if you're a Valiant guy at all. Growing up, I wasn't. Although I mean they were kind of ever present. And it was one of those things where it's like, you know what? One of these days I would like to read some Valiants. Yeah, that would work. Aphrodite 9, I think, is one of them. Do an Adam Hughes sketchbook or Frank Cho, any one of those would work. Of course, when I'm like planning the revisits, I get very, I don't know, not moral, just like, I wouldn't be interested in that. And I really wouldn't. Like having to talk about Lady Death comics all week. Oh my God. Can you imagine that shit? And that's the thing. I don't just do one-offs. I guess I can have like Bad Girl Week. That would be kind of pandering, but yeah, do like a Danger Girl. I think I should do at some point. They were a big deal, and those comics are fun. In addition to being, ridiculously cheesecakey. What else would you do in a Bad Girl Week? You have to do Lady Death. She maybe? No, that's true. I think I'd have to restrain myself from playing like circus clown music throughout the whole thing. But yeah, let me think. What was big back then? Vampirella would be one. I feel like. Yeah, Lady Death. I think Danger Girl gets its own week, so that's separate. But it's not coming up anytime soon. I don't know about She because She isn't doesn't seem as the same kind of exploitative, and you need that exploitation. Red Sonja, yeah. It'd be interesting because that's not. Was there a Red Sonja comic in the '90s? I don't think there was. Right? Like if we're talking Bad Girl era. There's like Jim Ballant Catwoman. Oh, right, those ones. Fathom and Witchblade. Again, they should probably get their own weeks. Because those were huge. As far as I understand, they are shit though. But let's see here. If this is the whole. Let's make that the outer ring. Like Vampirella, I could see doing a one-shot on. Catwoman, I don't even see being able to do a one-shot on. Lady Death, and then there's got to be one more. What's here? I'm just gonna look up '90s bad girl and see what comes up. Like what was big? Oh, maybe I should specify '90s bad girl comics. Lady Death, she, Angela. I feel, Evangeline. There's an idea that I wouldn't want to explore for more than one issue. Aphrodite 9 seems to be essential though, and I'm quite sure it's crap. So I don't think I'd want to do more than one issue on that either. And you got to get in the cover that is all about her ass. Which one is it here? I don't want to have Aphrodite 9 ass cover in my search history. Google, come on, figure it out. Worthless. Teresa, I've never heard of that one. Okay. But why not? Like you could do it forever, it feels like. There's countless examples. But yeah, like Danger Girl. I wish I should do this soon. The problem is I don't have a lot of those comics. I don't have any Fathom. I didn't like Michael Turner's style at all. I never read Witchblade. And a lot of those comics are kind of expensive now. I am going into a shop on Monday, so maybe I can take a look for stuff. Oh, that's it. Aphrodite 9. Okay. How high up does this go? Like around here. I'm not sold on this. Not to mention, I don't really understand the shape. I mean, I get that they're the continents, but like, I guess that's India here. And we need some Australia, I suppose. Some Africa. Don't forget that this is in a bit of perspective. Dumbass, why did you think this was a good idea? I don't know what this particular mass is, to be honest. And then what I assume is, oh, that's North America. Shit, all right. What the fuck does South America even look like? I should probably be careful about saying that. I think I have a couple of South American subs. Barbed wire. Yeah. And that lasted a little bit. That's maybe not a bad idea. Just look up here. It's just like a corn sheaf almost. I'm going to get way too literal with this. I can already tell. Okay, maybe. Oh, I still have some of those 003s. Are any of them still working? There's a question. Don't forget, in perspective. These 003s are such trash sometimes because it's like trying to paint with an eyelash. Ooh, these are the 02s, I think. They're not looking very impressive. But now that the structure is there, that's an 02. Fuck, it's very thick. It's a bit more. It's a bit easier to be confident about it. This curve here, I don't really trust myself to do, but I don't know if I have much of a choice. It's just to do freehand mostly. There's got to be I've got a French curve around here somewhere. There we go. Maybe like that. The problem with the French curve is you're always kind of just adjusting it. Maybe it would help if you put that down there. Okay. Another one for up here. That looks pretty close. Yeah. Well, we're not exactly surprised. We're gonna have to use some white out here. And there's like multiple circles in this there too, isn't there? Yeah, there is. So it's like, I mean, obviously I don't have to do this, but now it feels like I should try to. Is there a circle at the middle? No. Okay. Probably not a ton. So it's not like I'm going to get called out on it or anything. Although, I mean, they might decide to look it up after this. Oh, what the fuck are you doing? Now, what's over here? Is it like, I think that's like Russia. I think that should have been lower. Shoot. Yeah, it should have been down here. That's going to be a lot of whiteout in this part. Not super worried about it. Mm-hmm. No, that's all right. Oh, too much. Fucking chicken McNugget, Australia down in the corner here. Okay. In panel 2? No, I don't. I really don't. Shot. I mean, it's very obviously just kind of sketched out and not very professionally done, but it's not the worst thing. Without wobbling, if you please. Thank you. I mean, you know, I think I'll probably try and cover up at least a bit of that with word balloons. But I mean, I've drawn dumber looking shit in this comic. All right, let's get at it with the whiteout a little bit. Yeah, and then just do the warp in Photoshop. That looks all right. I think if you color it, that won't look half bad. And again, this is kind of exposition page anyway. I think most people will read the dialogue and then just kind of, focus on Max Streamus' boobs for a second and then move on. All right. I think that kind of serves the purpose of the page. Sure. Looking forward to a few more close-ups and shit in the next page here. Less having to set the stage, that kind of thing. All right, so I am going to call that. I'm getting a little sore. Thank you. I think it's okay. I think this helps a lot. the Max Streamus bit. I'm not sure my finger shut up. His head did get rather bulbous there, didn't it? Oh well. There's worse things. And yeah, it's not terrible. So, I think this sequence carries on. Let me even see. 8, 9. Oh my God. 11, 12. This is another 6 pages for this sequence. But we'll see if there's at the very least some interesting stuff in here, because we've got the one UN delegate, you can barely see him up here, who is actually oh man, I forget what they're called now. The clerk. He's a clerk robo-clone. And he's going to fuck things up for Max Streamus, and he's going to be very emotive. So that'll be fun. And I mean, Hawkstab and Max will still show up. So it won't be a complete drag to draw. All right. So I'm going to take off. You guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks again for sticking around, man. Appreciate it. And yeah, look for some seldom viewed revisits in the coming week when we hit Magnus Robot Fighter 1 through 4. It's not, I mean, Valiant has the reputation for bad artwork, but I will say I was a little surprised that Magnus was better than I thought it would be. Not a huge amount, but like it's certainly competent, and that can be good enough sometimes. But yeah, you guys can enjoy that shit, and I'll weep over my failing subscribers. All right, you guys enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you next week. See ya.